Fish! 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 Hello! Sorry for the long starting soon screen. I got interrupted as usual. I'm alive. I'm good, I'm alive. Did Mama come say hi? No. Thank you for the headband. You have called out to so many fish. Hello Lumi, hello Eva. So many, yeah. Hydrate already? Hello, oh my god. Can I have like a shorter name for you? Because why are you redeeming the ad time? Why? I forgot what I was about to say. God damn it! I don't get them. What the fuck? Bong the Eve. It's in English unwritten?
Oh my god!
Louis, thank you so much for the Prime song. Hello, we're playing more Tomb Raider today, and I don't know what I was about to say. I forgot. I forgot. Let me just send a notification, and I am ready to start. Anyway, how's your day going? How's your day going? Personally, I had a little bit of a headache. I'm okay now, but didn't get much done. Just finished up a commission, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna just sit here and that was basically it. But yeah. Let's see how many levels we can get done today. Making some progress on my model kit before work. Ooh. Eve, what the heck? Jumping jacks? Hold on, I'm just gonna send out the notifications first, and then I'm gonna do them. My life is bad. I'm suffering. Suffering is pain. Be a bully? Apparently so. There it is, Jesus Christ. I'm blind. I read Out of Love. It's an exercise you haven't done much today? Walking around wise? What do you mean? Listen, there are stairs in my home. I do a lot of walking on the stairs. Not a chair potato. I'm not. I'm taking out the headphones. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I kicked my chair. I kicked my chair. My leg does not approve of kicking the chair. Hey, wow. Hey, wow. Anyway, back to business. Business as usual, and more games. Tomb Raider 2. I'm enjoying the game. I'm like complaining about it a lot, but that's just me. That's just how I am. Sajini, hello. Hello. So you ready for an 8-hour stream of playing Doom Raider 2? You know? Maybe. Maybe so. Beat it today? That's impossible. I still have like 10 levels left. Sorry for the noise. I'm gonna go to bed really late tonight, so what? Train? Hi, train! For what? We didn't do anything. Yeah, hype train. No one did it. I know. Hold on. Plugging in the controller. So Twitch now has a new 420 bits. Thank you. Twitch now has a new feature. So if you chat a lot, if there's like a lot of messages happening at once, it will do a hype train. What? 10 gift? Thank you so much for the freaking 10 gifted subs, Eva. My goodness. No. Good. Does? Yeah, it's only been like here for like 2 weeks or something. And I only know it because of another friend who's more knowledgeable than I. So yeah, she's like, no, I don't want a hype train. I'm doing a charity stream here. So silly. Fired back, another 10. What the heck? Thank you, but guys, what the heck? My freaking sub goal is so out of place. I got Twitch payout time. God. Guess they're crazy. What? Stop giving me subs! Thank you, but Jesus. These numbers, they just do not make sense. Oh, I need to disable the music, sorry, I'm like all over the place because of all of this. Also, my freaking... I would like OBS to stop like resetting the sizes of all of my freaking sub windows, please. Thank you. Ehenya! Nandayo! What's happening? Oh, a demo. Me, what's up? Erica's the cat ears come back? No.
Back. After that grueling business last year, I decided to build this assault course to hone my skills and learn some new ones.
This is the tutorial part of the game. So this is just Lara's home, and she, as she says she's built she has built herself what's it called? Something course, I forgot. And this dude, he just follows you with the T. Obstacle course, that's the word. He just follows you around, like, sir, I'm not gonna take it! Stop! You're so old, Lou! One day, I swear.
That's not right. You need to press jump and forward together for me to clear the gap.
Wow, I already hate this. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No. Fuck this. I will hate this tutorial mode. New hype tree record? Really? Level 7? What? Guys, you're crazy. Be nice to the baller. He's just a little guy. I'm trying to be nice to him. I want him to not follow me around. Stop wasting energy. Just sit down and watch. Oh my goodness, new record. What the heck? Lara Croft hates nature. The fuck was that? What the fuck? Hey, hello. Hello, Basil. Hello. And Ivory, hi. Have you like even a single tomb? No. And we are halfway done with the game. No tombs. Fucking barbs. Crotch shot? Yeah, what the heck? This game is so false advertising. I wonder, where are we now? Can we find even a single one in the game? But, I became a bit more comfortable with the game, actually. Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Are you holding on yet? Wait, it feels like a good level of polish mode. Oh no. You're gonna do it then, won't you? Hold on. The Spyro, the dragon for place. The first Spyro have tank controls? Because I don't remember. And I don't think it does. But well, Google is not really helpful, so I think not. Either way. We should go back to Spyro someday. I haven't finished it. Not on stream. New Polish? I'm holding. You don't have to hold anymore. I was just Googling. So what the heck is this? Yeah, we are stuck in a canyon. Are you guys excited? This is what Lara does in her free time. She just gets stuck. Hihi. Polska górą! Polska górą! Thank you guys for the gifted subs. The hype train is over. What the heck is this emote? Stuck into. What is this? I am clap? What? Yay, level 7. I like 7. 7 is a good number. Why do I feel like the game is lagging? Second today. Wearing 0 pants. Listen, have you ever seen Lara wear pants? Oh no. Nothing in those mountains. Mountains. Yeah, see, Lara Croft wears pants. That's cheating. That's on a C. She's only booty shorts for some reason. In this economy? For free? Yeah, I know, right? What the heck? Laura! Okay, what the fuck is this level? Listen, I see, they want me to go that way. Stop using flares, what are you doing? But like... Oh my god, I know what they want me to do. Oh Jesus, oh god, okay. Okay, I need to do this in a very stupid way, hold on. Not like this, that's for sure. Hold on. Back. Oh my goodness, the controls in this game. This is what you're supposed to do. You cannot jump in front. You cannot make this such a long jump if you're just jumping to you know, forward. This is so stupid. And here I was saying that I'm not hating at the game. Chicken Panzer 1 to 3 Chronicles and Angel of Darkness. Ooh. I'm waiting for the Angel of Darkness because I know people don't like it, and I'm like, I want to see why. I want to see. In Last Revelation, she's limited to shorts, but only not necessarily booty shorts. Oh, I can't read anymore. Anyway, so as I see these two rocks, two boulders at the end, they're still rolling my direction, aren't they? Yeah. Like not even any. I pressed the fucking side button and jump, Laura! What are you doing? Girl! Like, I tried to do this, but she failed. I am super embarrassed now. Whee! Steamrolled. She's already dead. Hmm? I need the fuck. What's this? Oh my god, there's a tiger! Oh, that's not a tiger, that's a panther. Panther? Leopard? I don't know, I can't see. Lara, why are you killing animals? I know you hate everything, like happiness and the joy. What the fuck? Oh god. Fuck. Well. Wait, wrong screen. Jeszcze jeden i jeszcze raz. 100 lat, niech żyją nam. 100 lat, 100 lat, 100 lat, niech żyją nam. Kamienie. O mój Boże. Wszystko jest okropne, zwłaszcza kamienie. Wii. Dobra. Czy jest więcej kamieni? Czy w tej dziurze jest więcej kamieni? Tam jest więcej kamieni? Chyba nie. Ale nie można wierzyć niczemu. Niczemu nie można wierzyć w tej grze. A właśnie, musimy zabić zwierzę znowu. Zwierzę! Wybacz mi, zwierzę. Zwierzę. Dara, nienawidzisz zwierząt. Dara, nienawidzisz życia. Czym jest ta ściana i dlaczego jest taka czarna? Dlaczego jest taka czarna? W sumie nie pamiętam, chwilę. Jak się nazywa? Mój mózg mówi zapadlina, ale to nie jest to słowo. Nie pamiętam. Lawina! Masz rację. Haha, na pewno zapisałam grę. Barbo. Lawina to takie słowo, którego się nie używa zwykle. Dobra, chowamy się przed kamieniem. O! I jeszcze jeden i jeszcze raz. Pies! Nie jest pies. Nie jest pies! To nie jest pies! O mój Boże. Trzeba zapisać grę. Odnieść złoto do wielkiej świątyni. Ten cytat nie pasuje do tej gry. Ta gra jest raczej... zabrać całe złoto z wielkiej świątyni. O! Okay, we're back. We're back! Hello, Ashen! Hi, sir. Hello. Play Warframe today, and I actually got into a new mission where you save animals. You have no idea the amount of E I was experiencing while running around with a whole group of Venusian wongfucks following me. That sounds so nice! I would like that. I would enjoy that so much. What the heck is happening? Oh, sorry, my thing. Good. Potpourri, hello! Flashbacks to what? To terrible controls in the game. Literally the Family Guy falling on the ground, injured pose. You know, I was just saying that. Wow, I got used to the game. Finally, I think I'm good now, and immediately, the moment after I said that, I died. So I guess I'm not used to it anymore. That was a lie. Is that? Can I climb on top of this, or what is this? Oh no, okay, that's just how the lighting works in this game. I see how it is. What? What? Okay. Like it, the fact that this lighting makes it looks like only one of these, what's it called? Walls? What the fuck am I saying? Can be broken, just confuses the heck out of me. Wow. Oh, that's dirty. What the heck? How was I supposed to know that? And then do that on purpose too? They put that in like on the edge where you're not actually gonna try jumping. What the fuck? Trial and error, yeah. Now you know. Also, not only been awake for 3 hours since 7 AM, been sleeping most of the day and almost late for picking up daughter from school. Oh no! I was reading that, almost jumped into freaking I was gonna say void, but it actually does have a button. Oh. Why is that so loud? It's really hacking loud. The game itself isn't really loud most of the time, but that one is... That sound. That was just something else. Ah. I just realized this level very much reminds me of the very first level in the first game. Oh no, more birds. Ooh. I must kill all of the birds. Oh god. Sorry guys for the flashing lights. You have to blame the game. Seriously? Who? Guys? Guys? Remember, I don't know if you've been here last stream, but last stream I said that I'm going to find the person who was responsible for the fucking level design in this game, and I'm gonna send them a really angry email. I know this game came out like 30 years ago. Doesn't matter. Those sins, they cannot be erased this easily. Swear to God. Sleeping most of the day is a mood. I actually think I'd go get some food. Oh, get food. Food and sleep makes my cats happy, and I trust their existential judgment. Yes! A good. Yes, as it should be. Cats know. Cows know what's up. I'm going to send them a polite email explaining my vexation with their design choices. Is that a tomb? You mean mine? No, that's just like a shack in the background. This game's level design has the trolling of a 90s point and click bongo tap. I mean, it did came out in 97. Be quiet! You're screaming as if you had any other choice. Also, it's very cold in here and you are just in your shorts jumping into the water. Smart decisions. Good choices all around. Actually, you know what? I just wanted to check something. I think they actually had a different idea for this. Have you ever played No One Lives Forever? I have not. Not like this, Jesus. This game really does troll you a lot. Like this, like it doesn't look like you're about to just fall into nothingness. Ah. See? They tried to hide something from me. I'm not yet sure what, but I see that there's more traps in here. I wonder if it's actually smart that I'm going this way. Maybe with jumping into the water, I could have saved myself some trouble. How the fuck did I not get hurt? No, I literally... this doesn't do anything! That was pointless! Really? I did that for nothing? Okay, I see. I see how it is. That was made as a troll. Everything in this game is made as a troll. If anyone ever doubts that games these days are easier than shit from the 90s, just show them this game. Just show them this game, be like, play this thing and tell me it's easy. Like, there's a lot of games from the 80s that were, you know, known for stupid things like this. But this one is no better. Also, why is this here? Why do they want me to go back? No, don't tell me I have to find a different way to go around the freaking thing. Oh, Jesus. I like grumpy Neo streams. They are testing me. Death Trap Dungeon Flashback Intensify. Oh god. But then still it gives flavor. Oh goodness. Okay, let me see. How do they want me to do this? Not this way. Although... I mean, there is a platform over there technically, but like... there's no way to reach it from this side. Unless... up there? What the fuck? Excuse me? Like what? Jump over there? That I won't reach it for sure. I'm confused. I'm gonna try, but like, this is weird. Yeah, no. I got hurt. And that's all that did. All around me. are familiar places. I fell again into the water. Oh God. Why? Oh, why? Oh no. Previously it didn't hit me! Oh. Oh. It hurt me again. Goodness. And here I was, you know, saying that, oh, thank God we're done with the water levels. I might regret saying that. Maybe I shouldn't have. I mean, it's still progress, but what in the hell? You can go this way for some reason. Then you can jump over there for some reason. Wait. Oh, wait, I see. I saw a light in the at the end of a tunnel. Fuck it. Fuck, what we bowling? Also, if I can have any tips for anyone who would like to play this game for some reason, if you hate yourself, because honestly I don't know why else you would want to do that. Never get complacent. There can be an enemy behind any corner, and they love to put them there as well. They're like, oh, you think this is easy, huh? And then there's like just some dude standing there with a gun. Does this go anywhere? Or is this just here for the... What the fuck? Hmm? Yeah, this is here just for this health pack, I believe. So, whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm fine. These caves are so conveniently Lara Croft sized. Wait! What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean there's a cage? What the heck? Bruh. And here I was like, I don't have to go that way. The game was like, think again. Oh god. This game is like Minecraft. If Minecraft had blocks 3 times the size there are. Well, Are you stuck? By the official guidebook. Only $9.99. I'm never buying that. Have you guys ever had to buy a guidebook, by the way? Like, have you ever bought a guidebook is a better question. Not this. This means 3 times better than Minecraft? Oh my goodness. If only. We suffered and we loved it. Far. I had to buy a guidebook for Knights of the Old Republic back in the day. Whoa. I haven't played that yet. I'm planning to. I miss times where devs will troll the player. They're too... well, stressed for that now. There's a bird. Laura, there's a bird! Somewhere. I hear it, I saw a shadow, but I didn't see it before me. Go shoot this thing! I hate that we have to do it, but we have to do it! Color is very badly designed and desperately needs a guidebook. Oh Jesus. It's okay. The internet has everything. Well, like, most of it. Ahem. No, this is because of this. In Qatar, if you level your main character before a certain point, you are keeping your power scaling. Oh my god! Why? Why would they do that? That's an awesome creaking door impression. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Because as a clever idea that doesn't work. Oh, I see. I love those. My favorite. Who is this man? And why is he shooting at me? He's better dressed than I am! This is stupid. Come back here! Kill him, take his pants! I wish I could. Come back here, I want your pants. You know what, that's a very scary thing to hear. Someone said to me, I'll be really confused. Oh, he's trying to do a Jace Denton impression. Jokes on them, I don't have fans. Oh god. What is this? What are pants anyway? This door is so wide. Is it like a window on or like a door at the ceiling? I was about to say, on the roof or something. No. Why even? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Or something? To be as smart as I once described pants as, it's like giving each of your legs its own skirt. That's pretty smart, actually. I mean, makes sense. You cannot tell me it doesn't. So... Ooh. Skis? Wait, there's a... Oh! Wait.
No.
What the fuck? Seraph? What the fuck? That's a key? So does that mean that's a key to a tomb? Like, I'm not fully convinced. So... A tomb? In Tomb Raider? Oh my god. We're gonna take the thing. The thing! Lara, I want the... How do you call this? Key... Jeep? I don't fucking know. Can I break this? With this thing? No! Snowmobile! Snowmobile! Sucks. Oh, current loading! Damn. We're gonna ride over these people. Fine. Snowmobile! Papa mobile! You fucking dead. Da 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 da. Wow. Guys, we have music. I just realized I forgot to turn on the music. That's why... That's what I was missing. Ba 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 da ba bum. So hold on. I had to recalibrate because I kept like having my head kept going to the bottom. Okay, that's 94 hour. Can I have a good stream? Okay, Godspeed at work! Good luck! I'm looking for people to run over. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? It's so weird. What the fuck? Whee! I think I'm supposed to be doing this, which is really stupid. Oh my god. I hate this. It has surprisingly decent vehicle physics. It does. Hold on, I need to turn down the volume a little bit. So my brain is I'm gonna actually tone it down for you guys as well. I don't know why the fuck this game is so loud all of a sudden. Oh my god. Wait! I forgot you can actually speed up. Fuck. I am dumb. I forgot because so far we only had the boat. Zoom. Mira, hello! I am on my mission to destroy a snowmobile. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. No! God damn it. Why? Why is there an obstacle course in here? I didn't know this was that kind of game. I got hurt. The fuck? Wait, hold on. What? I have to jump over there? Hold on. I'm confused. And over there. What the fuck is this? First outcast, hello! Welcome to a stream of suffering. The ancient Tibetans who carried this course must be laughing their ass off. Oh god. What the heck? Why can't you jump onto this? Hello! Not what I meant to do. We have finished water levels to have fun with the snow levels. Snow and ice levels. I was happy, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't have been. What the fuck? Hey! I wasn't even on the edge. What? This is cheating. This game is trolling me. I keep pressing the wrong button. I kind of want to just like skip this entire thing and be like, God damn it, I don't think that's possible. Hit the nitro. Crazy Canyon, help my brain. I'm dying here. Game. Yeah. No, not falling. We're not falling, Laura. Excuse me, what just happened? What the fuck just happened? Yeah, I did. What? Kaboom. Also, thank you for the lurk, Lumi. Sorry, I'm on this now. What the episode? Fuck. Give me that. Average person with a snowmobile when they hit the jump. Back to work. Oh my god, okay. Good luck. Good luck, fart. Bye. What the heck? This game. And honestly, when I started today, I was like, I think I'm getting better. I think I'm getting better at this. I think I'm getting, you know, more used to how shit works in this game. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just accepted my fate. Wow, what is this music? It's like a remix with the freaking main theme. I'm just trying to like kind of cheat over this because the game is trolling me. What the heck am I supposed to— wait! Am I supposed to like get on top of there? Throw that shit off and then jump? I don't— I'm confused. Cheating? I'm not cheating. The game is just freaking— I would say the game is cheating against me. I did nothing. Yeah, I can. Can you jumping dismount? I don't think you can. Unless that's what they want from me, but that's— oh, that would be really stupid. That would be really stupid. I'm gonna try. I mean, I technically should be able to, because that's what I had to do with the boat, but I was jumping sideways when I was doing that. Not like this! Not like this for sure. Wait, I should have saved when I got on the thing. Fuck. You really don't want to leave? What do you mean? It didn't explode, but... well, the jump button doesn't do anything when you... unless... wait. Wait! Shit, I see something. Hold on, I see something. Ah. Where's the yellow paint? Remember games had you solve puzzles like this? Jesus Christ. I knew there's gonna be a trap. we go. Really? Why can't I push it? Why can't I push it off? Jesus Christ. Anyway, we figured out a solution, so progress. Lara, I'm trying to pull this. Why won't you do that? I make the same sound when I play this game. Anyway, here. Not what I meant to do. There we go. One problem solved. For now. Let me turn on the music. Whoa. You know, the worst thing about this game is, they give you a lot of secrets. Well, I don't want to say like it's a bad thing, it's just... like, there's a bunch of secrets, and because, a lot of the time the secrets also have like health items or ammunition, you kinda want to skip them, and then you end up just checking every corner, and then you're like, ugh, why? Why are there two different roads? What is the catch here? What the fuck? What's the catch? Ba-ba-ba. I see. This definitely makes sense. Makes sense, yes. There's a dude over there. He just spawned. Come back. He's gonna walk around in circles. I see. I see how it is. Smart enemies. Jesus Christ. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. Ah, shoot. My question... Don't shoot me. Don't you see? I have a very dangerous vehicle. I want to get off it right now and I can't. Oh god. Seriously. Jesus Christ, I thought I'm jumping off into a hole. Another body to check for potential drops. Him, we got this, but I don't really need to use it anymore, so that's fine. Wait, hold on. Is that... Did we make a circle? No, that's a different one, okay. What is this? Oh, hello. I can't. Almost fell into a hole. Jesus Christ. Ah, get off the thing. You have to go check for loot. Get off. Oh my god. Gotta check off. Check off. I think the little what's it called? The wooden gate next to the house. It's probably just blocking off like a loop. Oh, they're not dropping anything. I see. How was I supposed to know? Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. But I like the warm engine of the snowmobile in this shirt. Oh my god. I mean, fine if you want. But like, no, I don't even know what to say, honestly. We're jumping! Wow. Why is there something over there? That was cinematic, yo! That was cinematic too! Maybe not as much, but... Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Oof. Oofy. They really do this on purpose. What the fuck? So, what I mean by they do that on purpose is... Wait. 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 Was there... There's something over here. Okay, it's this thing. But I mean, I saw it. So might as well get it, I guess. Not like this. Ah! Not like this. Truly. Do I hear dogs? There's something on the bottom. No, that's not a dog. That's more panthers. Oh, well. Leopards, I guess. Doot, 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 doot. The slowest descent of the universe. Oh, that's just grenades though. I have not used grenades. Even once. I think I tried using them in the first game, but they didn't really help me. Green thing. It's a secret. Oh my god, why is there so many of them? Lara Croft hates animals! You will have none of this. At least I won't have to go down again, I guess. Eh. Wait, what? What? Wow. Can you even open it from... What? I'm confused. You need to find a button. That's how this game works. No button, no opening doors. And because, you know... This is usually something that's more common to newer games. The fact that it's sometimes difficult to notice... Well, maybe not key items, but like maybe buttons. Because, you know... the graphics fidelity has evolved to such a degree that there's so much detail in any sort of environment that sometimes things are just difficult to spot. Not in this game. This game is worse in the old version. You know, a lot of the time it's like, oh, you know, I prefer the old game, not the remaster, or like not the remake, because, you know, everything is so simplified, so you can see what the buttons are, or like the keys on the ground and such. Not in this one, not in this one. This one's like everything is like the same, maybe not the same shade necessarily, but like the same intensity when it comes to colors, and the contrast is shit as well. So sometimes it's like good luck. You might be standing next to a button, but you will not see it. With keys, at least, you know, I mean, they're golden or something, and you can actually sort of notice them, but like some buttons, I've skipped a button so many times, it's embarrassing to admit. And like, where could a button be here? Buttons get camel one? They do. Oh my goodness. So, wait, I see. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Finding a tomb? That's not even a tomb! That's just a cave! The only tombs I've seen so far were mine! Oh, what is this? What is this? Close enough. I see. Oh. 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 What have I found? What is this? Key. Uh-huh. What do you know? Another cave. A cave can be a person's tomb. Can be. What the fuck? Eh? I jumped and I died. But also I'm not sure if I need to go this way now. Or like if I can do it later. It's your tomb now. What the heck? 4 shots? Why are these guys so freaking tanky now? Laura sure controls like a tank, but she's not a real tank. What a shame. What the fuck? So this is just... Okay, I see. This was pointless. You don't have to go this way. Since you've seen the newest animated Tomb Raider show that plays roughly... Have you seen? No, I haven't. But wait, will that... I might just pull the lever. Pull the lever, Kronk! Is one of the funniest Tomb Raider claims in existence? Oh my god. I'm curious now. Oh my goodness, but take me. It'll take me a bit before I get there, but I'll get there. Got 50 seconds? No, I will wait for it. I will wait for it. And then I will enjoy it as you know. I need to what's the word? Earn it. Miss input! I have to tell you, you'll know exactly which clip is gonna be. Nice. Is there even anything in this hole? It's a hole! Wait. Oh. Wait, I was like, yeah, I can just get back here. No. No, I can't. There's no way to get back here. Silly me, why? There's a lot of cave in this hole. There's a lot of cave in this cave, even. I would say. Ooh. Rotan! Welcome. Have we found the tombs yet? Nope. I mean, we have something that kind of looks like a key to a tomb. So, it's promising, but, it kind of... that's kind of it for now. I want to know what's in the hole. In this hole. As weird as that sounds. But maybe there's just nothing. Maybe it's there to taunt me. Anyway. Whee! What the fuck just happened? What just happened? Is this what Baldur's Gate got the naming inspiration from? Maybe. My god. Oh my god. Did it? I want to know what's in the hole. The kickflip? I can't. I don't have that kind of ability. Why is it dark? Why is it dark? Do a barrel roll. Ooh. Is this the cave that I saw? I think it is. So I don't have to worry anymore. Why is it here though? I know why this is here. This cave is here. This cave is here. I mean, the corridor is here. Just in case you missed this entire thing, you know, this thing in front of me, and you come here and you look down and you're like, oh, there's a hole in it. Oh god. Well, shame on me for actually noticing. That's a door. Doors are scary. Never trust doors. Anyway, how are you doing, Snooze? I'm spinning on ice. Whee! Upon further investigation, I believe it. That is a door. There's even a keyhole. Excuse me, why? Do I have to close this? Why? Asking again. Drawbridge. Oh my god, really? Oh, it's not a door. We are both wrong. Whee! Oh my god. Oh no! God damn it. Ah, that's some clear as ice. You are correct. More snowmobile riding. Woohoo! Oh my goodness. Stop getting stuck on invisible walls. Oh! Stop it. Ooh, avalanche warning. Ooh. I'm saving because I will die. Oh. I did die, but not what I expected to. Also, that sound effect? This? Oh, it didn't play now. Oh, now it did. Holy shit. That's not what I would expect a breaking ice to sound like. You're good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Could have been worse for sure. Oh my god, what the fuck is that sound? But it's a bit. It's going a bit too fast for to my liking, but it's fine. Wow. Where did the eyes go? Where did the eyes go? What the fuck? God damn it. Oh. I see. So, yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good week. Except this game is being an ass and being just in general very painful and stuff. As you might probably have guessed from all of this. Also, it also tends to spawn enemies on you after you pick up items. You know, just a typical thing. And the old games did. But like... What the fuck? Carl, you missed this guy! Oh my god. I want to know if he drops anything. I will just ignore him, but... There is a possibility of him actually having something. Oh. I need to shoot him at least 4 times. Never mind. Still has wallet ammo, probably. I mean that too, but he could have some key items. That key is big as fuck. I run into him. Wait, he's... Ah! I will not give up. There we go. So, did you have anything? No? Fine. Be like that then. Bro! What the fuck is he doing? Why does bro be cheating? Hey! What even? I'm leaving, fuck this. Good luck following me. He definitely would not follow me there. What did happen? Oh my god. Why? I'm not even pressing the D stick. I'm just like, the fuck? The stick! The stick! The pad! Oh my god, I just killed that. I was about to say I just killed a dog. That's not a dog. Oh. No! I was doing so good! Oh my god. What the fuck? What's with the hitboxes? This game is something else. I managed to skip the animal, at least. Collision's getting funky, yeah. Oh. Not like this. All the rocks, they hate me. What the fuck? Anyway, my theory was wrong because I said that the gate next to the house would open, so I don't have to, you know, go back. And not true. Wildlife, beware. Whee! Okay, well, we have the key to the hut. What's next? Ooh. What? Oh. Imagine all that and it wasn't even the right key. I was like... I considered that option. And I was like, wait, what if? Also, this is what I mean by potentially like missing out on thing. Oh. Because a lot of stuff is like not really sticking out a lot. So, see this thing. Like, I didn't notice this thing as I was running here. And I like was like, my eyes were like running around on the freaking screen before I realized that, oh wait, hold on, there's a lever here. Ah, more people! There's 3 of them! What the fuck? How about we try with a grenade this time? What do you guys think? That's not how grenades work, I'm pretty sure. I think the game confused the meaning. That guy, yeah, it did. Also, the funniest part is I didn't really see much because the camera kept, you know, rotating. Back in my day, they weren't third-party collision libraries. To use our license, you had to do all that yourself. So easy to do, right? Bro. You have a point. But... there's also a lot of other things. What's up with this? Is that the same dude? Can you just die? Thanks for a free snowmobile. And all the kids just put that guy into Unity and call it a day. And then, years later, turns out that every game has the same freaking vulnerability because the Unity had a fucking bug. And because your game was made for like a fucking university project, you don't even have access to like the account or some shit. And your game is taken off Steam forever. Or like project files and shit, I don't know. Secret. Secret, I say as I fall and pretend that this wasn't that this was an accident. Holy shit! The snowmobile has a freaking gun! There's a hole in there. I think modern dads are too spoiled by that now. Nowadays they have too many things doing stuff for us already. We don't truly appreciate what's going under the hood. But the game for once is music. Like, to encourage everyone who wants to get into game dev to all those things yourself. Yeah, I also think that you should try. When I was in university, I was actually studying game design. Wait, how the does this? Oh, are you saying this mobile does not have a freaking speed button? Yeah, this one doesn't. This one shoots instead. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that we actually ended up like having to do a little game by the end of the semester. And I did try my best to do it with some of the skills I learned. So I did a little silly OpenGL shit game, and the rest of the people, they basically like grouped up to do something in Unity. Like they have, I think, 2 groups. I was the only one who basically did everything by herself, and I was like, damn, you guys, I understand that you guys are like looking forward to using Unity and, you know, just all of these modern tools, but like, we have a Unity class next semester, you're gonna do it anyway. Why not actually try and like, you know, get some practice with the skills you learned in this class? Oh Jesus. So yeah, just I don't know. Like I don't blame them if they really care, you know, if they like don't want to do anything with those skills in the future, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's always better to like it doesn't hurt you to try something else, something new. And who knows, maybe in the future you'd want to use this for something that maybe wasn't possible to do with ready tools. I bet that was the case, yeah, but like, still. Like, I don't know, it just felt a bit lazy to me. But as I said, I like it's their choice. I like didn't really complain aloud. I was just like, yeah, okay, fine. I do consider dabbling in game dev, maybe with Source Engine. That has a special place in my heart. Source Engine is so cool. I remember someone describing the Source Engine as a tower of duct tape, and to be honest, right now I believe every freaking piece of software is a tower of duct tape. Like Windows itself is just so bad. You just internally seethe and glare. Yeah, I was like, ugh. Swear to God. That was the worst combat I could have possibly. This was supposed to be like an epic fight. I just freaking run into them from the front and be like, I'm shooting right straight out of here. Oh god, run into them and that was it. No fighting. We are just evil. That's it. But no, since decades I've tried glowing gum. Yeah. That is true. Glue. Why fight we have snowmobile? I know, right? I mean, I bet they imagined what I'm gonna do is, you know, ride around and try to shoot them and not take damage, but bro, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Not me. Glue! Unity Asset Store can hurt you? Run away! It's a Unity Asset Store! Galoo 2! Electric Boogaloo! Glue glue! Square glue! No, I say I load and start saving like a stupid idiot. Let's do it again. See what happens when you pay attention to us. But what do you mean? How could I not? Look at this guy in the background doing squats. I know, right? Boris? Wait, it's been 2 hours? Oh god. Why is it always taking me so long? Fuck you. You gotta find a tomb today, god damn it. Oh, this was a bright light and then died. This is what they mean, don't go towards the light. Time flies when you're stuck into bed. Oh my god. What? I'm guessing I should not have taken it here. Not like that's gonna stop me. Who's shooting me? What the fuck? Look at this guy. I didn't even hear him shooting, but I feel him shooting me. Stop it! Sorry, I'm turning into a chicken. Oh god. Barb. A barb. Hmm. Ah! Hey. Oh god. I'm not fully sure what the fuck is happening here. They want me to? They did not want me to do this, that's for sure. Hold on, I'm gonna do something else. Something equally stupid. Whee! At least it worked. The story ended with broken legs? No, that's not true. She's fine. She's fine, trust me. Oh my god! Who's shooting me? Bro, you're cheating. Stop cheating! Stop shooting through walls! Swear to God. What is this? Another hole? Why? Why? What? What? trying to understand this. And I just can't. None of this makes sense to me. Back to musics from the olden times and games and such. What if I did this instead? I'm sorry, I know this is like painful, but I'm very stubborn and I want to know what's up there. Fuck, I could have done that if I didn't fuck up. My grandfather from the 1800s left us. Oh my god. Damn, your grandfather lived really long. Fuck off. He was going peaceful. Oh god. Ah! I think this is probably what I was supposed to do instead of, you know, being silly. But I'm doing it wrong. Ugh. Because I'm sort of... not, I don't want to say panicking, but... like, I'm trying to do it fast and it's not really working. Oh, there we go. Well... there's nothing here! Here goes my, my plan. Mission failed successfully. Exactly. I don't know, I saw this. Can you get there? I don't think so. Maybe later. Ugh. Don't you hate it when video games tease you with paths that don't exist? Over there! Over there! I want to go over there! Whee! Anyway, enough. I'm not for these shenanigans. What? That's the end of the level? Never mind, I guess. The funniest part is that I have not found the silver statue, which should be the easiest to find. What the fuck was it? This. Is this a tomb? Oh my god. Why am I fighting the Tibetans? Hello? Am I evil as well? No? I'm not. See, why the fuck were you shooting them? Are you stupid? They need to learn the place. They killed them. I'm just gonna take the loot. Oh my god, guys, we found a tomb. Wait, is it really though? I mean... I think that's just a temple. Potentially. Like, this doesn't mean anything yet. No, not a temple, but monastery. Barca Monastery, I see. I see. Is this a ladder? Ladder? And what's in here? Ooh. Birds! Birds! It's evil! Temple of the Catacombs that leads to a tomb? Maybe. I hope so. Honestly, at this point, I hope so. Because if that's not the case, then I don't know what is. Why are there like 3 different ways in? I hate this. Listen, this might sound silly, but I do kind of like it when it's simple, you know? You give me 3 different paths, I'm gonna get confused. It's not even a door. Game is like, you need to find a button. You can't just come here. What the fuck do you think you're doing? At least they don't really consider me a threat. But that's good. Unless they change their minds once I try to go in here. Which wouldn't really surprise me, to be honest. The doors are closed. Okay, you see. Well, that's why you have a ladder. Real fake doors. Oh god. Rattage! Check your rattage. Hydrate? Okay. Bird! 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 It's evil! Why am I here? Oh. What the fuck? This game has... Oh. Posture check! God damn it. This game is like peak of the 70s of the 90s. My brain is, oh, this game came out in 97, therefore it's from the 70s. Oh my god, I'm fucking another mistake. Does that make me feel older than I am? Hold on. Ah, 1990s, 70s. Oh. I see how it is. You know, honestly, at least this level does look more fun than the previous one. The previous one wasn't fun. Hey, are we breaking the rules again? Are we allowed to open, to break windows again? Let's see. If you've been here on the previous stream, so on Monday, when I played this, there was ship, and similarly, there were windows, as you can guess from this entire tangent, and I could not break them. You couldn't break them with a gun. Stop, you violated law! No! I want this. I want to drink some tea. Cyber Angel, how are you doing? I'm not shooting this man. Although, will he get upset? Sees me? Sir, did you know that I'm inside? He's like, whatever. Oh! Fucking... I can be here, but they're not. Cold and angry? Oh no, why? What happened? No. You are allowed in. Why? Why am I considered why am I considered as not a threat? Is it because I'm a woman? You murdered him! You asshole! Bro, your brother died! Ah, what the fuck? What hurt me? I didn't do anything. Heating systems off and there are power outages? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds rather painful. Open the door! Oh, another key. Since when is a key needed for this stupid thing? You can just kick it out. I think just for random ass monk who decided to fight a guy with a SMG and a spear. Guys, we can't have that. We can't have that. We have to keep them alive. Oh, interesting. They don't actually fight you if you don't start fighting them. You will not kill monks in my presence. There we go. Hey guys, I saved you. Now I require a warm cup of tea. Monks are usually pretty peaceful unless you fight with them first. Yeah, makes sense. But I didn't really expect them to you know to actually be programmed that way in this game. Seeing as they couldn't be bothered to fix the freaking tank controls. I'm saying fixed because I do not accept them as something that should be done, that should be kept. Bullet small, spears big, skillish. He's a monkey relative, he's done. And stuff. Training, just... Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, another key? No. No. Guy, don't come in here. Gonna get hurted. Wait, what? Bro. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry I doubted you. I mean, you live here. You probably do this every day. Well, then most should be learning the ways of the time. Oh goodness. Why do you climb this way? This is a ladder. What the fuck is that? Meow, meow, meow. Oh, I thought it was a button. No, never mind. Never mind. What is this? A key? What is this key for? Main hall. Naruhodo. Though most monks who encourage violence are often slid into crazy old category. A key! Key acquired! Whee! Also, last stream I remembered that when I was a kid, I played a bootleg Tomb Raider, which was a Barbie game. And this. Barbie Explorer, yeah. And when I am done with Tomb Raider. Well, actually, hold on. So I need to open. I need to check in which year that game came out, because I want to play it and actually, you know, finish it after all of these years. 2001. Oh god. 14th September 2001. Hold on. I'm just gonna add it to the list real quick, so that I know what we are dealing with here. I don't know, I never cared about Barbie. So it's not like it really matters. But I played that game as a kid and I enjoyed it, despite being probably just as terrible as this one is. It had tank controls too. Which is maybe why my hatred, why I have this hatred for them. Um, 14th September 01. Let's see. Let's see. Tomb Raider 1 doesn't. Tomb Raider 3 came out in 98. The last revelation came out in 99. And then there's the Game Boy Color Tomb Raider, Tomb Raider Chronicles in 2000, Curse of the Sword, Game Boy Color again, 2001. Then The Prophecy. Wait, okay, that's 2002. So I do need to get through like at least 3 more games before we can get to Barbie, so this will take a while. String bootleg Tomb Raider, let's go. Barbie Explorer is crazy. Have you ever played that game? I have war flashbacks from that thing. I don't know why my uncle had it, but it was so difficult. It's... You make it there by April? I won't make it there by April because I have other games I need to play. Oh. Oh, nice. Barbie Tomb Raider. Barbie, why do you raid tombs? Ooh. What? What? You will make it with their attitude? Oh god. Listen, when we are done with this game, I'm picking up Metal Gear. The first and second one, so the one from... I don't remember... What was the console? MGX? So we're playing that. No, the even older one. MSX, yes. I know there was a NES version, but I believe it wasn't so good. As one guy stated, I am pro grave robbery. They aren't using their stuff anymore. I played the NES version and it's crusty. Oh god. One fear. Crusty games. But yeah, I've watched a person play them before. I think, you know, there's this one channel on YouTube that does long plays. I'm pretty sure you know which one I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure that's where I've watched Metal Gear. Oh, this is a box. I was like, what the fuck's happening here? But and then I just, you know what, I watched the 1 and 2 and then I went to play Metal Gear Solid. But I don't know. I just want to play it myself as well, you know. Lara, what are we doing? What the fuck? Why are you moving this again? Girl, what are you doing? Okay, so hello. That's cool, but they're very difficult to play. It's okay. I mean, I'm playing this. It could be worse. I want to explode that freaking box. A sex shot from Mr. Sex? No! Oh god. But yeah, we need to play that. I also want to play Silent Hill. I never played Silent Hill. I watched like 2 hours of somebody play it as well, but I figured, you know what, this is actually pretty cool. I want to play this. I'm scared, but I will do my best. Is the hill silent? We will see. I have never been there. Oh no, everyone's playing Silent Hill because October. Liz, I'm gonna play it after October, don't worry about it. It will take me 300 years to finish both Metal Gears, you know, don't worry about it. Yeah, it is the month of the spooky. Certain things to do in Silent Hill 1? Leave? What do you mean? Oh, wait, never mind, I do know what you mean. What the fuck, where am I? I just touched the door and I died. I'm planning on playing Symphony of the Night for Halloween once finished Silksong. Ooh. A symphony. I have also the only horror game I'm playing this month is Alien Isolation, because that's what I promised to play after reaching I believe 200 followers. And I have a heart rate monitor as well, because that was part of the deal as well. Oh, this is a slide. Never mind. So, we're gonna do that. I'm terrified. Oh god, that the game to enjoy suffering? No, but, I mean... the reward. It's not for me, it's for you. I had to play Little Nightmares 3 with my girlfriend, but I have some pixel horror games I need to play this month. Ooh. I'm gonna get out of her, I know. You just plug the monitor into your heart? Yes. How do you think these things work for computers? This is more like a tomb at least, but I mean, let's be honest, we're not in a tomb. Not yet, by any, right? I also found a wholesome multiplayer pumpkin carving game that's free and a few friends are gonna play along with me. Ooh, nice. Sweet. Hello. I'm just here with a flare and this dude is like, what the fuck? I see you're in a new level with a new outfit. Also got 3 lighting effects. This game so advanced. Yeah, especially when it tries to give you frigging what's it called? No, I'm just drawing down epilepsy. What the fuck? No, you're shooting the wrong guy! Listen, not me, not this dude. This one. No! We need a better weapon. Otherwise, the monks are dead. We did it. Although it was painful. Sir, can I get a snack as a reward? In real Watch Dogs had a moment where you remotely turn off someone's pacemaker, and I wondered why a pacemaker wouldn't Bluetooth. Oh my god. That is terrifying, sir. What? What is this music about? Ah, I see. Oh no, he's coming to me. Are you gonna hit me in the face? No, he's like, bitch, look at this. I fear no fire. Is this a 2? Are we rating the 2? I don't know what we are rating right now. Actually, it's not even difficult. What? I believe this was just a test. This is probably, where I came from, I'm guessing. What? What? Fuck, how did he do that? Is this where I came from? It is! Yeah. Okay. This reminds me of like, what's the name? The mines in Minecraft, where there's like a lot of corridors. And what I would do is I usually would try to, you know, to follow one. And then once I will be done with it, and you know, I wouldn't find anything at the end, I would just go back and cut it off. And that's what my brain wants to do right now. It just wants to like build a little wall here so I know that I don't have to go back here anymore. Although... that's not exactly 100% true. I mean... in the... But I think that's well, that was from different room, probably. Rendering artifacts. I stole a thing! I proudly proclaim... As I walk past a monk that's probably very upset with me. At least you can be a bit faster with like walking down the stairs. Since you don't actually have to walk. Oh, the key is probably just for this, so don't do much. Main hole. There we go. Wow. And what is this? Prayer wheels. What? Lara, why did we take this? I see these circles, you know, these textures on the wall, and my brain goes, ooh. Do I have to put something? Oh fuck, I knew it. I knew it. Like, I was just waiting. Ah, go over that! That's the sound of I got stuck. Guys, I'm helping you, what the fuck? Oh my god, I shot one of them by accident, didn't I? Oh. They just spawn in the middle of the fucking room! Fuck! I don't want to fight the monks! Why is the targeting so garbage? Seriously? Are they attacking me because I'm shooting? Would they stop if I just hide the weapon? I think so. Oh. Billy! I'm helping you! Why you like this? Like, oh, you're shooting in here. You can't. We're gonna get you now. And you're like, I'm not even attacking you. I'm just trying to help. No, you're shooting. Doesn't matter. We can't be friends. Why can't I be friends? Why can't we be friends? I saw there was a thing behind, but I just want to check the front first. Ooh. This gives me fucking Egypt level vibes. Oh, there's just a secret. Okay, I thought it was actually be something, you know, helpful. Because there's just so many corridors and stuff. This level will probably take me like 5 hours. But as I mentioned, I'm actually probably gonna go to bed very late today, so it's fine. Ooh. Why are there so many things in here? There's water that doesn't even animate. Maybe that's not water. Maybe it's... probably not water. Fake water! Some artists, gamers, and programmers believe this graphics the best in 3D because they are convincing just enough your brain to use your imagination to complete what every place and everything it's supposed to be. Oh, this is what the thing is for. Oh, I need to find more. Yeah, I mean, I don't really disagree. The problem with this game in particular is that they didn't really do a great job at freaking either art direction. Because basically everything is like the same intensity. The colors just don't do a great job. Because if you actually are trying to like find a button or maybe a lever, you won't really see it if it doesn't. I mean, you're just like it's not very. It doesn't stick out very well, very much. Like usually it feels like, you know, key items. You should probably, you know, they should be noticeable without you actually, you know, trying to stare at a wall or something. And I feel like in this game it doesn't really happen that much. And on the other hand, we'll go to sleep now, have fun, at least try. I'm more of a Dimke kind of. Sleep well! Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go this way last. I'm gonna go check this thing first. Oh god, this is gonna be annoying. Oh, never mind. I'm like, I'm gonna go this way. It's slow, it's closed. Surely I use lighting effects a little, but what that was supposed to be part of the experience, sometimes it goes so too far. I totally agree. Yeah. Like, I've played games where this was not a problem. Like, you know, like Metal Gear, since we mentioned it before. Like, I don't think I like had to really complain about it. Or like stuff like, I don't know, Spyro maybe. Although I know that this was more you know, geared towards kids. Oh Jesus. So that was easier, but still, like, in this game I just find it's very difficult to actually like notice some things. Ah, it got hurt. What if I did backwards? Hello. Is the Switch card key was more of a thing from older games? Key! Speaking of... What is this? Oh! The Seraph! Check out this place, they took the job of adding light effects, probably because so the player would check out the key or something. No, I'm honestly just checking it because it's a freaking room. But I mean, a lot of the older games usually like wouldn't have empty rooms, since that's just like, you know, that just takes from pointless space on a drive, on a disk. Pointless data, I mean, but yeah. Where am I? What is this? Pop, 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 pop. I mean, I'm being, what's it called? I don't want to give too much credit to this game because it's evil. But no, I just like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's so, like it could be better. It's not good. What is that? What is that? Hey, can you open this for me, please? Oh god. Look at this guy. Doesn't give a shit. Like how casually just walks through the blades, yeah. Oh god. Another ladder. If I agree on that, I also was never a fan of the textures in these games. They don't scale properly most of the time. But for the time To give you an idea, this game on PC was too slow to play. Listen, I don't have anything against these textures in general. I just really don't like this game. Like, I think they did a poor job. Like, it's, I don't know, like, I don't think they really had a lot of, what's the word? I'm looking for a word and my brain is against me. I don't know, either way, what I'm trying to say is just like, this could be done better. But, I don't know. You know, I'm willing to give them, you know, just the benefit of the doubt. This was still early 3D, so you could argue they didn't know better. At first I thought it was just a tomb. I know, right? Disappointing. What is that? What is this?
No.
Wait.
No.
Oh, another key? What the fuck? Was there anything else? In the room, I wasn't really paying attention. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, I usually am. The part of the reason why I play these games is because I'm just interested in all this, on the like, and how the games really changed over time. Because as a kid, I never had a console, so I missed out on a lot of things. Like, my first console was a PS3. And even for that, I didn't have a lot of games because, you know, shit's expensive. Ah, I got hurt. My first console was Wooden Blocks. Please. This is the cutting edge models have double-digit polygon count. Wait, was it ran on Sega Saturn just because it bombed they ported to PS1? Oh my god. Wait, but like, you mean the first Tomb Raider 2? All I know is that, well, the reason why this game even exists is because they had a freaking woman on a motorcycle during some what's it called? During some event. During some gaming event. God damn it. Why is there someone shit? Oh, hold on, I see what I need. I think the book that I read that in was the Blood, Sweat and Pixels by Jason Schreier. At least I think, I'm not fully sure. I'm pretty sure there's something under this box. But there's no way for me to move this. For some time they would Duke Nukem with Lara Croft. Truly. Oh. Wait, I need to get rid of this track. Because it's driving me crazy every time it plays. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Lara Croft and Duke Nukem. What the heck? Oh. I think I figured it out. Yeah, this is by a Duke of one of Duke's PS1. Oh. Chris! Stop getting hurt! I thought I figured it out, but not really. How are you? I'm good. I'm having a little bit of a headache, but it's fine. I'm fighting with boxes currently. What I hate is that some boxes you can move and some you can't. And like, it's not very obvious. The boxy boxes, yes. Because I need to move this shit out of the way because I think there's something underneath. Because like, see, it like glitches over here. There's like a key or something under this box, but I have no idea how to move it. This can be moved. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Maybe I got it. Boxy boxes. I think I figured it out. No, don't go on the thing. The hint is, yeah. Don't worry, I got it. The problem was the game loves to put the same textures on boxes you can move and on the ones you can't move. So it's like, good luck figuring it out. Oh, this one. This one. And yeah, they also like to put shit on stuff. Under stuff, I mean. There we go. One of the many bad designs of the past will take you more time to find out. Meant more exploring for kids. I mean, this wasn't really made for kids. Like, Barbie was made for kids. And that one is like... That game takes like 2 hours, and this is not a key. Fuck. At least the long play on YouTube takes 2 hours, and this game is like, I don't know how much, 20. You should not be buying Lara Croft games for your kids. I know, it's just... Oh, this wasn't even a key? I know, right? What the heck? My father did buy Lara Croft games for me. Did he? Or did he play them himself? Oh no. Oh no, a trap! Oh gosh! Oh, how could I have fixed that? How did this happen? Who could have expected this? To be fair, I could see my father once a month. Oh. Fair. Games be like, ooh, see this door is gonna be a trap. Man, I said good bad because Lara Croft. Lara, see what you did? All your fault. What the fuck is this? Why is there a maze in here? I remember going with a friend to see the movie to the cinema with Angelina Jolie. Oh my goodness. I've seen those. I mean, I don't want to say I've actually seen them. They would play. They would, you know, air on TV all the time when I was a kid. But never really seen them in full because I wasn't really interested in movies by that time. I did it with Angelina Jolie. Well, what if you wanted to? No, I mean, I understood it. Oh, Chris misunderstood. Okay, I see. Chris, what do you mean? I'm just joking. What's with all of these closed doors? This level is like, you need to find 300 keys, and also there's closed doors everywhere. Angelina Jolie. What? Oh. They were coming from behind. Ow! Sorry, something hurt. Arrgh. So Ginny mocked my English today? No, it's my turn to... Oh my god. Shit. I need to heal before I attempt that again. Why are the enemies getting more difficult? Actually, easy answer. No! I clicked load. I did! I'm not gonna heal in full because that's a waste. the fuck? I'm throwing grenades at them. The game was progressive rising difficulty. Ah. It's difficult as it is. You didn't unload it before you healed? I didn't! Look! My health is normal. Shit, I need to do it differently. In the middle of getting shot? I don't want to! Why? You meant to do like that? Looks way too difficult. God damn it! Time to jump in a close. That's basic survival. No. Never. Never. Fuck. I pressed turn before I pressed jump. Okay, not like this. Guys, I will figure it out, trust me. Trust me. God damn it. I couldn't figure it out. How does this man take 2 grenades? To his face! Maybe we're meant to escape. Maybe, but like, that's... I don't want to leave. My man is strongman? No. Fuck him. You don't understand the soul of a safe scummer. It means no wasting. If I did do it this way, I'm pretty sure I would just end up on the... End up in the front? No? No? Where am I? Bro, where am I? Oh. You know what? I probably was supposed to do it this way. Never mind, doesn't matter. At least the guys didn't get hurt, you know? Because they're stupid. And they would. They would get hurt. Over the rainbow. No getting hurt on my watch. I must protect the monks. The monkeys, no! Don't call them monkeys. It'll be sad. Bro, it's so dark. It is dark. It is dark in here. You forgot what monkey mean? Oh god. I did not expect that. Also, Laracraft began the diversification of players, even the 90% market share are still mills. Well, I mean... Even if she did, that definitely wasn't her purpose. Yeah, I mean, listen, there was no other game that actually had a woman protagonist. Well, there was Metroid, but like, that wasn't very obvious. What is this? Ooh. I never talked to a woman about Lara Croft. Lara Croft, I mean Tomb Raider, although for sure the one, I think the first one I've played was Underworld actually. I really like that. I really like that one. And then I realized that, oh, I actually quite like these types of games where you have to, climb on top of things and all that stuff. And that's when I played Prince of Persia and Assassin's Creed. Pretty good. Good games. You had Underworld? What do you think about it? I liked it, but yeah, that was years ago. Oh. Yeah, we got another prayer box. Where did my guys go? Oh, they just left. They were like, oh wow, thank you for letting us out of this baby jail. Stop! Never Underworld? My mother. I just sold it before I could? What the heck? Why? How did that happen? I was like, nope. Enough of this game. Well, I decided to not use her legs. Legs are not needed. She could wait another month, but no. Oh man. MP3 players were one of the lost relics from the past. MP3 players were really cool. What is this? Oh god. More! More water! Water for the water gods! What's up with all of these rooms like behind? It's great. Oh, there's a thing. Oh. Oh. MP4, ooh. Can it relate? Ooh. Oh, pfft. I don't want this. I want a corridor. Maybe. Wait, no, no, no. This one is another one of those slidey ones. So what the heck? Whee. Neo being totally uninterested in secrets. Oh, the secrets. I mean, listen. They don't even give you anything. Also, if I was totally uninterested, I wouldn't be picking that up. I had a Rio Kali, it was signed in a round way so you would put it in a pocket. And because every button was in a specific place, you could scroll through songs, up and down the volume and everything, with the move of a finger. Believe me, it was so nice compared to tapping on cell phones. I also had one that was kind of rounded. And I believe the ones I had, the one I had was like, it was like a bonus with, so I don't. What's happening over there? It was a bonus for like buying something. I don't remember. I just remember like my mom had a lot of those because she was working at some kind of store. I mean the company had a lot of those on my mom. Bitch, stop murdering the monks! That doesn't make any sense. Where did those come from? Oh. Anyway, back to this order. That was terrible. Flip phones! I didn't have a flip phone. I had the one that was like... I don't know what they're called, the one that kind of slide. I really wanted a flip phone. I never got one. Blackberry, no. That would be too expensive. Ow. I hurt it myself. Again. That's not fair. What the fuck am I supposed to do in this hole? You know what? Fine. Ads time. I'm gonna go refill my glass. No sneezing! No sneezing! You can jump. You can climb. Are you supposed to climb on a wall that doesn't have anything on it? You have to jump to get up. You guys like making my life difficult. Oh. 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 Wah. Oh wait, I came from that way. So there's this, and there seems to be a room at the end of this. I'm a penguin. I'm a crab. A crab. Crab people. Crab people be crabbing. No. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I wonder who's a horrible person that does allow her to jump. What do you mean? I didn't jump, I pressed the climb button. You told me I can climb. Not my fault. This wall doesn't have anything that I can actually climb on top on. That sentence didn't make any sense. Oh my goodness. Oh fuck, I hurt myself again. Again! Ooh. I didn't! I'm pressing X! It's the same button! You jump with square. And X does the same. Time has passed. It has passed. Teehee. Teehee. What I mean, you cannot tell me that I can climb but cannot jump when it's the same thing basically. Oh. What? What is this for? Oh, there's another corridor over there. Ah! Oh. Fuck. Now I need the other stupid stuff to ban? No! 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 No banning. No banning. No banning. Oh, a secret. Ooh, ammunition. Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button again. My life is ruined. I'm sorry. I just find it's really boring for people who want to watch this game and it's like 5 minutes I cannot do anything because I'm in a fucking hole. Whee! Okay, nice. Want to ban stuff? No. There's a body! Ooh. It said to me before if I wanted to make a poll before. I tried, nothing happened, it doesn't matter anyways. I don't believe in democracy. Oh god. So I have 2 keys now. And 1 praying rock, and there's people teleporting up all over this place. That's interesting. Guys, why do you do that? They're multiplying strong room key and trapdoor key. Oh, trapdoor is this one. Okay, I see. But I still want to check the other one. Maybe it's one of those. Autobot does not like that. Autobot is like, no. Oh, well, Lara Croft is also like, no. What is another key? Another... Oh, this one! Right. Whee! It's a station. Oh, God. What? Really? Are you serious? Why do I need a key to go to a place with a key? That's so dumb. This is what I mean by I don't like this game. And what even is that key for? Rooftops. I see. Classic. Oh man. And no, I saved over 666! My life is ruined. It's not rooftops, is it? Oh, it is! Woo! What are these? Golden calves. I'm waiting for more people to shoot. The roof seems like a... What the fuck? Like a prime fighting location. Ooh. No, I don't... Oh no, oh no. Sorry, every time I see a lever, I'm like, oh god, no. This is gonna turn off the freaking fire and I have to jump over the thing. I knew it! I knew it! Like, this was so obvious, oh god. And if I don't do it fast enough, it's gonna burn my ass. Oh god. Well... I don't know how the heck did I not burn, but I didn't burn. So that's nice. What is this? No!
No.
No!
No.
No! You're learning forcibly. I am. It's so sad. Let me through! I knew it. There he is. Guys, get rid of him. I can't help you, you're gonna fight me. Take a shot every time you pull a lever. Fastest death in the universe. I mean, well, alcohol induced. None of these make me fall. Oh. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ooh. This is the front. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. Well, at least I don't have to go there. What? Oh! Yay! Finally found this place. Dead body. Oh yeah. You know, this would be so much more fun if not the tank controls. Even if, you know, there's levers everywhere and keys that lead to more keys, but like... I mean, I don't want to complain too much because I already, like, mentioned that many times, but like... Even then, sometimes just too annoying. Gemstones! That wasn't that big! Ba, 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 ba. But was... I just want... I'm curious whether or not Spyro also had controls like this. Because I do not remember, but technically it is possible. And I did play a lot of Spyro as well. Can I take it back? No? I want to steal. I like how I'm landing like before the floor actually starts. The game's like teleports you to in front of the thing. What the fuck? What was that? The game. It is cheating. This guy just phases through these things? What? I knew he was cheating, but not that much. You're right about some things, but you can travel to the past to make the game better. Yeah. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, you know, there's many games I'm gonna be playing after this that have normal controls. And also more games that do have tank controls as well, such as freaking Resident Evil. So... I cannot avoid them forever. But you know, I'm... Resident Evil! Did Resident Silent Hill also have controls like this? I don't remember. I don't remember, I don't know. Think so? Ugh. Can I ask you something? You already asking. Oh god. Ooh. I will never forget the freaking level in Tomb Raider 1 where I just completely missed a lever and I was running around in circles for like 2 hours. Can I ask something else under these questions? I guess. Oh. Okay, what does this open? Ooh. Oh, underneath, okay. They're gonna kill me for jumping on top of their god statue or something. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just stupid. Should we talk about their viewers? Is that a hate? What? I mean, I don't know. I don't think Eve hates you. Why would she hurt you? Hate you? I cannot speak even, Jesus Christ. You're fine. I don't know what I don't know what you what the idea is. Jimmy's couldn't care less. Oh my goodness. What am I? Yeah, like, if something was really wrong, you would know. People don't really, like... At least I don't really have it, in my nature to pretend that everything is fine if I don't like something, so... Don't worry about it. Oh. Door! More assholes! There you go. I'm not shooting! Can these... Oh my god! Okay. Sorry, I was annoyed by that song again. Whee! Today I happened to crash in a Discord call between some streamers and they were talking about their community and also specific members. What? Hmm. I don't know, I usually don't do that. Unless it's like consultation about like moderation. But like I wouldn't do that in a public call. Because I don't want to worry people. Because usually it's like it's nothing serious. I mean, well, if it's something serious, I just don't talk about it. If it's something serious, then I'll just talk to mods and be like, keep it private. Because like really, it doesn't really need to be public. Another ladder! Another ladder! But you know, mods shoot that guy. Remove his kneecaps. They changed the channel so they noticed me. Maybe they, you know, maybe they did it by accident. Maybe they went to be like in a private thing, but they didn't. But they were already in the channel, and they were like they just started talking about it before they noticed. But yeah, I don't really have anything to tell you about that. I don't like. I'm not gonna explain what other people do. You have to answer. Oh, you have to ask them themselves because yeah, I don't know the situation, and I don't want to. What is that? I don't want to maybe, you know, assume that there was something malicious either. So. Let me go. Let's go. More ladders. But we are all thinking the same. Thinking. Yeah, but yeah, whatever it is, but administration, I'm just, you know, I'm not familiar with it, so. Oh fuck! Not like this. Spin! Oh! Short? No, I'm not short! What do you mean? Jump, oh. I'm not short. Big fish! A Flufflepuff! Hello! Hello readers, welcome! How you guys doing? You're invading! Ah! Hello everybody! Fish! Oh my goodness. Let me shout you out. Hello everybody! Hello, welcome. My name is Sora. I play a lot of old games, just such as this one, and I also do art. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream, Bifish, and I hope you get good stream, Flufflepuff. And if you feel tired, don't feel obliged to stick around. But thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for leaving your folks here, and go get some snacks or maybe a drink. Yeah. Dark Souls 3, how was it? We have come to invade.
Hello, everyone.
Love is a partner, so Jenny has mentioned it. Oh, no, she didn't, but good to know. Hello. How was Dark Souls? I've never played Dark Souls. Not yet, at least. I want to play it, but my queue is quite long at this stage. Whee! They both died so much. Oh no! We're playing it for a Donathon reward, because I promised everyone I would. It's not my normal game. Yeah. Oh god, I relate so much. And one game that I have promised as a goal is Alien Isolation. I'm going to play it this month, but I'm terrified. It's one of those games that people are like super excited to see you play, but it's like, why? Why did I do this to myself? Let's play a lot of Dark Souls. Ooh. I'd like to... What's lame? Alien Isolation? I'd like to be good at those games, you know? Dark Souls. But... who knows if I'll be able to. It's the aliens. What do you mean? All I know is that it's supposedly pretty scary, and I'm not good with horror, so... Like, it doesn't even need to be a good game. As long as as long as it makes me freak out, you know? People are gonna be fine with that. Like, yeah, this is what we... this is what we follow for. Be scared. It was, I believe, a 200 or 250 follow goal. It took me a long time to actually do it because I promised I would do it with a hard monitor. And I only got it this month. So, yeah. That's happening. Fear. Is this a box I can move? No. Okay. What the heck? Sorry, dude, I didn't mean to shoot you. My goodness. My goodness. Okay, well, I don't know how many more I need to find. I have 3 in my pockets, I believe. Praying boxes. Praying wheels, sorry, my bad. It's not a box. Might be enough. Well, at first it's scary, then you quickly become used to it. The balance is pretty much non-existent. Who knows? I mean, everybody is different. I'm a scaredy cat. No, I'm just, you know. Who the heck knows? And anyway, why is that there? I feel like there's a reason. And I'm not sure if maybe I'm supposed to try jumping again or... So technically I know that I wouldn't be able to get over there. Shoot. Oh well. Time to go back down! And hope for the best. Woohoo! Pretty tired. Good night. Good night, Chris! I didn't. You didn't see that? Oh my god. Why did I do that? It'd be better if she actually wanted to grab that ladder, but I don't really know how you're supposed to grab things that are at a like 90 degrees angle. Most of the time you can't. Whee! I hope whatever I'm... Oh! Sir! Who killed you? Nor! Oh, you took care of him? No! One of the monks has died! I'm so sad. How could I let this happen? At least I am pretty sure that I'm quite close to the end of this level. So that's nice. What? Oh. Right. This is not actually a hole. Where am I? What is this place? Ooh. What is this? What the heck? Water! Oh no! No! I didn't mean to! Let me go this way first. See if I have any prayer. What was it again? Praying the wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I still am missing one. Heck. Wait! Oh yeah, never mind. Oh god, I cannot count. Obviously. So, yeah. Oh my god. Guys, if I get stuck here, I'm gonna be upset. Oh no. But, you know, on the other hand, it can be worse than the last time, right? Right? For the record, the last time I was running around on a ship, and oh Jesus Christ! What did I do? What did I do? Oh God! Oh no! Hold on. I broke the game! Oh! I broke everything. I broke myself. I broke myself! That wasn't supposed to happen. Did you see a thing over there? What is that thing? I have returned. Although not fully yet. I am back! Life is pain and suffering. Especially when you are me and you press random buttons by accident. Oh, good. Goodness gracious. Anyway, back to the hall. And back here, but I feel like I am missing something here. And I am not sure what. Like this thing, it potentially looks like something you could, I don't know, press. Is it a pump? Is it a pump? Oh. Open the door. Wait, I'm stupid. There it is. Yes. There we are. Oh. Naruhodo. No more water. I don't know how that makes sense, considering you can still see the water on top of the box. Wait, was there anything behind this? I'm just gonna be silly now. I'm just gonna be moving this box around like a crazy person. No, that's a wall, right? I'm not crazy. Wait, you cannot re-enable it. Okay. Good to know that this makes sense. I just wanna doom. Is there so much to ask? There's so much to ask for. Christine, hello! Hi, how was your day? I saw you in the garden. It was 300 years ago. It's been great. I'm glad to hear that. Mine's also been okay. I wouldn't say it was like amazing, but I'm fine, I'm good. It's been 84 years. There we go, the last praying wheel. Why do I keep forgetting the word? It's not even complicated. There's still like 2 things I haven't found, which is Wait, that's confusing to me, actually. So there was this pool and a slidey thing to the pool, which I don't know what was the where did that slidey thing came from? Question mark. And one more thing was... Ah, shoot, what am I doing? And the other thing was... on the outside. Where I saw the balcony. Anyway, yeah, I'm good. I had a slight headache today. I was worried, but I'm good now. Just chilling for now. I'm gonna go to bed late today, so I figured, you know what, I'm just gonna play a game until until that happens. And tomorrow does work. Yeah, I've also been getting pretty bad migraines. Oh no. Those are the worst. I've been pretty good in that regard for some time now. When I was in school, I would get migraines a lot, and that was terrible. But it's right now I'm better, but still every time, you know, it happens, like, ugh, gosh, I forgot how bad this used to be. It is time to enter the Seraph. Have we found a real tomb this time? Seriously? This is the fucking entrance? For the... What's it called? For context, I am in the middle of the game, even more than the middle of the game. And as you can see, the name of the game is Tomb Raider. I haven't seen a single tomb this game yet. So far, I've been complaining about it the entire time. Yeah! Monastery is done, let's go! Am I in a tomb? Guys, I think this might be a tomb. Let's save the game and see. No. Catacombs of the Italian. We are in a tomb! My gosh. That's such a weird thing to be excited about. But yeah, I kind of want to know which level this is because I have not been counting. I think it might be the 12th or something. I'm not sure. Something over there and something over here. Oh god. Eee. Anyway, back to the pain and suffering. Getting music for some reason. Wow, a secret. And I feel like this week has passed so quickly. It was just Monday, and it's Thursday already. You could almost say that it's already Friday. It's so weird. I feel like the last week, which was surprisingly, well, the last week was busier for me, and that one did not go as quickly. Which is funny because a lot of people say that if you are busy, time tends to go by fast. Because you don't really have time to, you know, fool around and sit bored, but not always, not for everybody. What the fuck is this? Mom, I'm scared. What is this? Ah. Wow, I can't believe I didn't get hurt. Seems like a prime get hurt location. Coffee Queen Echo. Hi, I was AFK, and I'm here from Fawful, and I'm kind of positively surprised. Hello, welcome. Yeah, the raid. The raid happened like 20 minutes ago. But hi, how you doing? Doot 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 doot. There's probably a lever down there. Oh gosh. What is this? What the heck is this? Is that a golem? Why does it scream? A golem! A troll or something, I don't know. My goodness. Terrifying. He's just a just a muscle freak. He had too much juice. Large and in charge. Oh my god. There it is. Here's the lever I was looking for. No, more panthers! I like your design and I'm surprised because I some Polish words and I'm from Poland too. I am Polish, cześć! Hi, nice to have you here. And thank you. I really need to create a full model, but for the time being, I'm just enjoying the chibi since all of my other stuff is not yet ready to really be turned into a model. I've been actually working on a full model for a long time, but I ended up not really well going through with it because I kind of changed my mind over time. Ah! No, we cannot fall. I don't want to kill the cat. Why is this game so evil? This always happens. Always happens. Lara Croft hates animals and hates nature. So, just so everyone knows. Oh. Just don't make pressure on yourself. And I'm sure your model will be stunning and amazing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I hope I can finish things by spring. Because I just have a lot of other things than the model to do. Because I kind of want to make like new assets for myself as well. But the blessing and the curse of being your own artist is that everything takes so long. Because you end up working on other things in the meantime, and it's like... you usually, as I said, you usually end up working for other people. Because you're like, okay, yo, I don't want to have people waiting, so I'm gonna do their things first. And then your things are the ones that kinda get pushed up. And it's like, yeah, I'm not hurting anybody by, you know... I don't want to hurt anybody, so I'm gonna do their stuff first. But yeah, I'm the one that actually gets hurt by that. But yeah, many stuff to do and not enough time. Yeah, it's a bit easier when you are, well, just commissioning people, because you can have a couple of people working at the same time. So just goes faster. I think it's possible if you are properly organized. I'm not one of those people. I am terrible with organization. Part of it is ADHD, but another part is just that I get, oh no, more cats. Another part is that I just am pretty indecisive. And I tend to overwhelm myself because I'm like, you know, there's so many things I can do, so I want to do everything. And it's not that easy, you cannot just do everything. You have to prioritize. Not working when you're terribly afraid to have some. Yeah. Gosh. You got me. Why is the water here? See, I have to find a lever again. Meat cloning machine? Ah, that would be nice. There's so many things you could do. If only you only had a clone. Health pack. Health pack. What is that? What the heck is that? Why is this room even here? Just to show me how stuff looks around? That's weird, that's unusual. This game usually doesn't do that. Doesn't like wasting time. Ah! God damn it. How many levels do I have left? I wonder. No! I want to jump sideways. God damn it. And I'm afraid to ask for help because I think like others have their own stuff to do, they are busy, so I just can't. The worst thing, I'm perfectionist and taking care of every pixel. Yeah, oh my goodness. Taking care of worrying about every pixel, I really relate. That was something I had trouble with for a really long time. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, I think perfectionism, I personally think that perfectionism is an illness. It's an illness of the mind. Because it really does, like, stop you from so many things. And I say that as someone who also has perfectionism. Because yeah, I would be like, oh, I can see that this line art has one pixel that was not colored. I must find the coloring layer specific to this one thing that I'm looking at. So I have to color it. So I have to fix this pixel. It's like, It doesn't matter, no one will notice this. But I know. And yeah, I would just spend up time on stuff like that. So yeah, and then like fixing like random lines that usually don't matter. I don't know. Art just tends to take so long. I love art, but yeah, still. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, a mask. Well, I wasn't supposed to be here yet. That much is obvious. Oh! Wait. Oh, but then there's spikes over here. So maybe not. This last time I checked all my layers to fix one pixel after and I realized it was just dirty screen. Oh my goodness, this happens a lot, doesn't it? Oh god, there's nothing worse than a dirty screen. Cause you're like, fuck. Why can't I fix this? Artist problems. Truly. Okay, there we go. Hop, 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 hop. Oof. Oh god. There's lever. How old is this game? It came out in 1997. So pretty old. Pretty hecking old. Yeah. Also, just so you know, the music you hear is not from this game. This game does not have any music. I mean, it has a little bit of music, but it only plays occasionally. So I had to make do with something else. Okay, I have the mask, but like... what am I supposed to do with it? Whee! Oh, wait! The water is gone, I didn't notice, okay. Yeah, I really do like playing older games because I mean, you're probably aware. We Polish folks, we don't really have a long history of like gaming. A lot of us did not have consoles, so, and even if you did, it was like years later when it was pretty common for everyone. So, yeah. Like, I haven't played many games. This is obviously not one that I would have played as a child, but even stuff from like 2000s, I haven't played, so I figured, you know what, since I want to play those ones, I might as well just just try even older ones. So I'm kind of doing things in order here. Because I played Tomb Raider when I was in high school or in middle school? Middle school, I believe. And obviously those were the newer ones. Oh shoot, I fucked up. But there was only 3 of those that I've played, and I figured, you know what, I actually want to try the rest as well. So yeah, that's what I've been. And so many years later, oh my god, cats! All of these years later, after finally finishing school, finally it is time for me to try this. Lara Croft, why do you hate animals so much? Why do you hate nice things? What is... Another door. Something. It's a door. That's a door as well. Yuck. It's dark in here. Dark and scary. Another one for Kitty. No! Lara only related to... What's that lady from Dalmatians? I forgot. I forget things. What is this for? Why did I drop my flare? Oh no, you mean I need more masks? Jesus, I don't have any key items. Vanya, hello, how's your day? How you doing? How do you feel after your debut? And your debut 2.0? More grenades! More grenade gods! Wait, is that it? I was looking for keys here. So what did you say? Age of Empire. For some reason I thought you were trying to say area of effect. I asked how you feel after your debut and your debut 2.0. I'm just not. Doesn't think how much they animate Lara's shadow. It's an egg. Her shadow is an egg. I love pierogi. Pierogi good. Vanya is not Polish, but she likes pierogi and pudjan. And I appreciate that. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Vanya, I finally found a tomb! Are you doing a debut 3.0? I was actually about to ask if you want to do that. I'm doing okay, just got off work and buying vegetables for the dogs. Oh god. When are you doing that one? Maybe I can actually be there for once. God damn it, I'm wasting my health. Good question, not today as I still need to brainstorm what shitpost I'll pull off. Oh god. No worries, this is probably my last stream this week, so I'm probably gonna be available any other day. Fucking ads, oh no! That's so evil. I played ads manually before, but I guess that doesn't matter. Jump! That would be so funny if it worked, but sure, of course it wouldn't. Wi-Fi without a technician. Aldi as if setting up a router isn't what? Just Aldi things. You can buy a router at Aldi? Ah! No, a cat killed me! Bro, you've killed so many freaking cats. This is why all of those freaking... Not panthers, Lamparts? I don't remember what we established these are. I have a few ideas, but nothing set in stone. I might add something over the top and then do a cliffhanger for day before. Oh, Jesus Christ! You're doing freaking, what's it called? Speedrunning! Cougars? No, I think cougars are without spots. But either way. We established that these are certainly one of the animals that are endangered these days. And we know who to blame for this. Lara Croft is responsible for so many things. I shouldn't have. Oh, mask. Still, I shouldn't have dropped the flare. And in back had Christmas gifts at. Oh no, Christmas gifts. I'm not ready for Christmas yet. This is way too early for that. Come back here. Boris, come back here. It was Halloween. This guy is cheating. Of course, it is my fault for using a terrible weapon against them, but I don't want to use good weapons. It's gonna be worse enemies. We already have Christmas sweets to sell here, a in the mind. So Christmas sweets tend to have marzipan in them. Piggy Pie, thank you so much for the follow. I love marzipan. My favorite. So good. My brain is full of daggerful. What did I want to do here? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm okay. I had a quite a bad headache today, but I'm okay. I'm fine now. Finished one last commission before yours. I mean, I've been doing some concepts, but don't have anything yet to show you. But I'll be working on that tomorrow. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Things are going very dang slow. I am trying to get through an art course, but it's taking me so long. Taking me so long. Yeah. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna try to get over the thing this month. Well, would you guess it? I worked on the course for the first week of October, and then not any day after. So I already failed that. But hopefully I can finish it before the next month is over. Although I'm still, gonna do stuff in that direction. I want to be like, it's too late, I'm just gonna give up. Because no, not like that. As long as I don't let people wait for 3+ years and keep confident to promises you good. Oh god. Sounds like war flashbacks. Wait, I'm silly. I was... Okay, wait. I was supposed to go back over there. I haven't played Tomb Raider in years. Have you played Tomb Raider? Which ones have you played? I've only played the what was the 2006 2011 series? So I've been really looking forward to more of these, so here I am. Here I am, finally. What? Where am I? I fell into a trap. Well, not really a trap, but like... What the heck is happening? The first one on PS1 and the one on PS4, I can remember them. Oh, you played the first one? Did you like it? I played the first one last year, so quite a long time ago now. And it took me, well, a whole year to try the next one. Not what I meant to do, but sure. Ah! Epilepsy! Oh, thank you. Dzień dobry, zmieniamy temat na pogodę. Chciałem zapalić światło. Boże, dlaczego? Polska górą! Tracę wszystkie flary w tym pokoju. Dobrze, że nie ma tu Eve. Eve byłaby bardzo niezadowolona z tego przebiegu spraw. Nie, czemu? Polska górą. Słyszę jakieś kotany, ale ich nie widzę. A! Są w więzieniu. Ta ściana nie jest prawdziwą... Te kraty nie są prawdziwą kratą! Tą ścianą! Głupio. Boże, oszukali mnie! Jedno Lisandra Prosa? Zabrali mi życie! Boże, jaki żal. Eve! A! O mój Boże. Pytanie moje brzmi... O nie. Pytanie moje brzmi, o nie. Nawet nie jest pytanie. Kofi, dzięki za follow. Boże. Co się stało? Nie rozumiem. Skoro wszędzie są kraty. To jakim cudem mam tutaj zrobić cokolwiek? Wygląda mi na to, że trzeba zapalić te światła. O Boże, jestem ślepa. Już widzę. Bajha! O Jezu. Czas na potwór! O! Wait. They do die, but they're behind a freaking crate that pretends to be a crate that's actually a wall. This game is evil. How do I know this? I've already seen them. Ah! Straszne. It was 20 years ago and I was a kid, so I wasn't good at it. Oh, I feel. I haven't personally played Tomb Raider, but I've played freaking Barbie Explorer, which was a bootleg game. It's a bootleg version, basically. Oh my god, there's so many of them. And I was also very terrible at it. Which, you know, considering it was a Barbie title, you would think that maybe that would be easy, you know? It wasn't easy. It was quite crazy, difficult actually. I'm getting shower and going to bed. Good night. Because for last time, I mean, no, sleep. Sleep, not this guy. Oh goodness. Surprising how hard this game can be. Yeah, but I mean, it's changed with time. Can we at least get a fucking light in here? Why does it have to be so dark? Wait, am I stuck? Light in this economy? What do you mean? What the heck? Why did this close me in here? What am I supposed to do? What the heck? Oh, you're serious? Wow, this doesn't make any sense. At least there's light over here, you know? But... that's not enough! Imagine we had long time ago hard games and now people are complaining so late. Yeah, it's like... I don't know, things have changed so much. Another good thing about this weird Christmas Halloween thing is that the Christmas beers are available early. Fair. If you enjoy them, then definitely can be a good thing. I am now very confused. Because if I do this... yeah, it closes. If I do this... what the fuck is this lighting? But... then you have this... Captain, hello! What the- how am I supposed to do this? None of this makes any sense. Do you have any video alarm somewhere? Not yet, sadly, no. It's still in the making. My lore is basically, I'm a ghost, and I have an android body because my ghostliness couldn't really take form for too long. So I have this to make up for it. Oh, what do I do? Alice, thank you so much for the follow. Guys, I'm confused. I'm seriously not sure what I'm supposed to do. Wait, is this a box? It is a box, never mind, I figured it out. This doesn't look like a box, looks like a platform. Why would I ever think this would be a box? Epilepsy alert? Yeah, I know, it's freaking... I feel this game does it on purpose. Wants people to hurt. If you have epilepsy, please close your eyes for a minute. I'll try to be fast. From old games, yeah. He didn't care. Hell yeah! Okay. I promise I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. You can open your eyes soon enough. Now, you can open your eyes. I don't know why that only the one light is flickering. Doesn't make sense. Ah! Normal sounds. Ah, ooh, ah. Ooh, doo. Ooh, doo. Ooh, doo. Ooh. This, I mean, I saw that something. Oh, over here. Okay, I was like, I saw something open, but I don't think I can get there. Never mind, I can actually reach that. Oh no! Is that a trap? Who could have expected this? Anyway. Wait, is anything over there? Sonny! Sonny! Hello! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! I get the radio for once! Hello! How was your stream? How did you enjoy Pokemon? Guys, please go check out Sonny. Sonny is really cool. And yeah, I'm usually the one raiding Sonny, so... But yeah, how did you enjoy the game? Hello raiders, I am Sura. I usually play old video games like this one. And I usually... and I also draw. If I art, well, the model you're looking at was made by me. I don't really have anything better right now, but yeah. Welcome. I'm suffering with this game because the game is pain. And yeah, I don't want to say I don't enjoy it, but sometimes this kind of controls, just, you know, they're just painful. That there's not much denying it. Caleb, thank you so much for the follow. It was super fun. The new game style is a very ARPG, so it's interesting, but I have some complaints with it. But I'm having lots of fun and should have stepped away 2 hours ago, but didn't because Pokemon. Fair enough. I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Pokemon can really be fun, and yeah, it's just so easy to just spend God knows how many hours doing that. Have you played the previous one too? Because I haven't played any of those. The last Pokemon game I've played was Pokemon Black. A long time ago. And I didn't even finish it, but I dropped it after like a little bit and then went to play on older ones, so yeah. Typical of me, you know. Whee! Don't scream, Laura, it's fine! You did? Ooh, was it good too? Oh no, the fishes! The fishes want to eat me! Tony, the fishes in this game don't like me! I know, right? We cannot be friends. I don't think I've ever been this sad about a game. Bad fish and no flower for you. My last Pokemon game was Pokemon Stadium for the N64. I never touched an X64. But I only know about Stadium in theory. I don't know what the game actually looks like. Why do I have to murder catfish? You know what? On the other hand, I somehow do understand them. Lara Croft kills a lot of animals, so I think they're just, you know, they're just trying to protect the Breton. And they are like, well, if you like this, maybe we can at least get rid of you. But sadly for you, fishes, she's too mean for it, even for that. See, it's like with Kiryu, he doesn't kill people, he just knocks them out. No, Kiryu is a good guy. Lara Croft is not a good person. You could argue that, you know, that maybe he's not a good person either. I have my own theory, okay? I love the N64. I highly recommend it. Also, if you like Tomb Raider, I recommend for the N64 Perfect Dark. I always sing that the game's praises. I wonder if I have it on my list. I'm gonna hold on. Because I feel like I recognize the name. I'm gonna check it out to the stream and add it to my list. But yeah, I really wish I could like actually experience all of these older consoles. It feels, I don't know, it's different than just emulating things. They, you know, I bet even this game felt different on an actual PlayStation. Surely it's not like it's not emulated per se, but like you know, it's just a port for PC. It doesn't have all of those wobbly vertices that we all know and love. I love the wobbles. Like, if I was emulating this, I would have had the wobbles. I'm using a gamepad or keyboard. I'm actually using a PlayStation 3 controller. So, you know, pretty close to the original. Where am I supposed to go? Back? Oh, okay. Would be nice if the camera worked. My poor ass pants. Whee! What? That just opened the door. Where does that lead? Ah! Quickly, because before the cat eats you. It would be better for nature if it did, but you know. Not good for us. So take that and remove the use of analog sticks. I'm not using the sticks right now because the tank controls with analog sticks, they're the pain in the ass. Although, well, I mean, wait, hold on. Wait, let me get rid of this cat first before I. Yeah, I mean, I use them for the camera, but I can just ignore that. You could say the idea of those controls would. Oh my god. Dear God. Yeah, I used the sticks a little bit after my fingers started hurting from the direction pad. But I find it easier to actually use that instead of the stick. I wasn't paying attention. What have I opened? I was thinking! See, the thinking is bad for you. You don't pay attention. Oh, the front gate. Oh, yeah, I guess that would make sense, right? I see another trap behind it. Am I supposed to jump over here? No, I'm burning. I'm on fire! I'm on fire! But I need to get that down, so... How the heck do I do that? Well, not by shooting it, apparently. I'm pretty sure you could actually aim in the first game. I don't know why you can't in this one. Maybe I'm crazy. No! No, my broken bones! I think I should stick to. Oh my god. How do I always end up with puns in my streams. How do I get this thing down? Time to throw a grenade at it. You know, a dumb idea, but I don't have any better one. This is not the flare! Not the flare! No flares! Grenade. Boom. That's too far. Oh, that's too far. I just wanted to shoot it over here. Okay, I see. Not like this. God, I'm gonna be stuck here now because I don't know how to get rid of this thing. And I need to get it down because there's water underneath me. And you can only break ice with, you know, a heavy object. Yeah, there's nothing else here. God, am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? What am I missing? What am I missing? Epilepsy warning, I'm sorry. This game hates people. What if... There's two things that I could do potentially here. But I don't think that's a solution, actually. Ah! Broken bones. Black Ghost, hello! How are you doing? Ooh. I can jump over there, which I also don't think will help me. I think I'm gonna slide down. You're good? I'm glad. Oh, oil hydrate. I should, yeah. I'm also good, thank you. God damn it, I fell! Trying to get over the game. Admittedly, not the biggest fan of tank controls. I'm trying to get used to it. But I don't think that will ever fully happen. Ah! God damn it. I thought so. But I wanted to get over there. So yeah, I need to drop this thing down here. Because there's like, I don't know, is that a key? Something's floating in the water. But I don't know how to do that. Anyway, I'm just gonna go to that front gate and see if that answers any of my questions. Maybe I'm just missing something and I'm looking for stuff that's not even there. Would it be the first time on this? What the heck is this? What is this hole in the ground? It's full of tigers. It's full of cats. Ooh, doo doo doo. Also, for anyone who wasn't here, I just want to let you guys know that, this is, I don't know I don't remember which level exactly, but I think it's like level 12, probably. And there's 18 levels in this game, and this is the first tomb in the game called Tomb Raider. So as you can imagine, not very happy about the freaking state of the game at this moment. I mean, like, ooh, nice, Tomb Raider. The first game was all about tombs, of different kinds. This one figured, you know what, we're gonna skip all of that. Who needs that? This game is about raiding, not tombs. But isn't that about the raiding tombs? I thought we were raiding the tombs. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's a raider who raids tombs? No. Hello, Kendrick. How are you doing? I feel like one of these walls is a block that I can move, but I can't figure out which one. Oh, maybe this one. Seems to stick out a little bit. I've fallen and I can't get up! Literally! Oh, fuck. Literally! Wake me up inside. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Never mind. Ah, more cats! I don't want to hurt animals. Why is this game like this? Like stealing artifacts for money? Yeah. That's why I'm telling. That's why I'm saying Lara Croft is not a good person. No matter what you tell. I just had flashbacks to one of the other ones. I don't know if it was one Underworld or something, but she had a romance with some guy, and as you can guess by my well, how do I say this? How do I say this? Well, it didn't really end happy, okay? It wasn't meant to be. Rating... Ceiling rating. Fair to say involuntary wealth acquisition? No! Oh my god, I keep pressing wrong buttons. See, this is what happens when I try using the freaking... the analog stick. I just do something stupid. Oops! Wait, let me think about this. So... What? Maybe they want me to do this? Wait! It broke something behind it? Oh my god. Did it! We did it! We did it! What do we have in here? A trapdoor. And nothing. Woohoo! Yippee! Wait, actually, was there anything else in here? Or just that? Because... yeah, now that I think about it, there's nothing else here. Well... I don't know what else I don't know what else I wanted to do, to be honest. My butt! What the fuck? Stop trying to crush me! Stop trying to crush me! Wait, can I walk slowly in between these? Okay. Yeah, little hack for anybody who wants to play this for some reason, for any reason. You can walk slowly and doesn't hurt. But watch out! A golden thing on top of this. How do I get there? No. No, I am confused. This one has a different texture. Doesn't mean I can walk on. Maybe I can climb? I can! Oh my god, how was I supposed to guess that? This game, I swear to god. Like, at least on the last level, it had a ladder texture. Not here. I guess what... how many other things I've missed? Oh god. Unwilling taxpayers? Oh my god. Where did that come from? Ah! Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. Him. Doo-doo. What? I'm so confused. Wait. Is this one a button too? It is! Oh my god. Oh my god. How was I supposed to know that? Unwilling? Quite the contrary. Is the magic of gone to become kind of... Oh god! Wait, that's it? Huh. What about the water thing? I'm guessing that was... not... that was optional? Weird. I don't feel very satisfied. Because I definitely have skipped some things here. But oh well. Wait, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Load it. Load it. Load it. No, not load this one. Load the previous one. There's like this bridge over there. I have not used. Let's see if I can reach it. For any means. I know it's stupid, but... But like, I didn't know there were textures. There were textures. I didn't know there were textures. Do you hear me? The things I say sometimes. I didn't know there are some textures mean you can... See, this one has a ladder. Why is the other one different? How's I supposed to know you can climb up the other one? Well, I think it's this one? One that has holes in it? No? Bro. What? How does that make sense? You know, whatever. Also... I mean, I don't want to waste time, but... I'm just curious what the heck was that about this, you know, the water and, the bridge and all that stuff. I don't know, I'm confused. Where am I now? Ice Palace. Ooh. Ooh. Ding dong. Can you go back? Oh my god. More creatures. This gives me so much of the... Oh my god! Of the Egypt tomb vibes. They keep screaming into my ears, guys. I'm surprised by these platforms. This is definitely not something I expected. Whee! 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 I'm dead. What if... No, I don't want to believe it. But my brain is like, what if the thing I missed on the previous level, what if I need it? What if I need it for something? What if I just unwillingly locked myself out? Can these things stop screaming so much? Jesus Christ. I think... Just leave them out. Sorry, I keep it down. They're out! They're coming for me! Ah! Whoa! Whoa, I say. Ooh. I don't fully understand. This doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oops. God damn it, Laura! No, I didn't save! Oh no, they're screaming again. You didn't see that. Do 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 do. Why are they crying? I'm sorry. But sometimes things don't go the way you want them to go. That doesn't even make any sense, but that's fine. More! I'm probably gonna be ending this soon because I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Gonna go make us a snack. But I did get over 3 levels. So I'm keeping my goal. What am I saying? What I'm trying to say is that I'm actually close to you know, to what I have set for myself, which is the 3 levels on stream. Yeah. Yeah. Also, you know, I'm really curious about that what's it called? I'm really curious about the previous level. Because I wonder if the thing I've missed, if it's something I actually do need, or if it's like just a random secret for the freaking. Oh my god! The emerald, the dragons. I think they just like the emerald or the jewel. I don't know what I'm saying. Either way, I'm gonna continue this next week. I think. But yeah, we reached and finished 3 levels. So as you said, the quota has been fulfilled. I am happy with that, and I'm gonna get myself something nice to eat. Yeah. I honestly would just continue playing, but yeah, I probably shouldn't tire myself out too much. Because I have work tomorrow. Work to do tomorrow, and guys, let's raid Q. Q is doing TCG card shop simulator. I'm not sure how long she will be streaming still, but she had to restart because of because she's doing charity, by the way. This is doing charity. So if you have some spare monies and you would like to to donate to Gamers Outreach and maybe receive something fun from Q, go ahead and do it. Also, as I said, she's playing TCG Card Shop Simulator, so for any dollar donated, she will open a box for you in your name. And if you want that, then maybe you can get something. And yeah, let me rate Q, and hopefully she's not like getting ready to just end soon. But yeah. She's back. Oh, I think. Wait, she's been back for. Well, okay, for quite a long time now, but well, just rating her. Thank you for today. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was really nice to have you here. And I will see you guys on Monday. I'll be back on Monday. Yeah. I'm gonna take the weekend to rest and finish some work. So yeah. See you guys around. Good night.